Good evening, esteemed professionals. It's wonderful to see all of you. I hope you had a wonderful weekend and have had a fairly chill Monday so far. It's me, Porcelain Doll. We are going to be finishing up our New Game Plus runs for the week. I am determined to get us through Coils, goddammit. So we're going to be finishing up patch 2.3. We're about halfway through that already, so we don't have too much left to do that, and then we're going to just hop right into Coils, which is going to be fun. Hello, Sage. Wonderful to see you. Welcome, welcome. Without further ado, let's get this ball rolling because we've still got ground to cover. I believe in us. We'll be able to do it. Let's get us pulled in, shall we? Servers might be a little more populous than normal tonight, just because the new Moogle Tome event has started. So lots of people are running things. Gonna be lurking, but excited to see. You forgot about the extra Sylph stuff. Yeah, we don't have a ton of it. Mostly it's just the stuff with Ramu, but we are like right at the start of that. So we have another Primal to slay, unfortunately, before we go slay the Elder Primal, the big boy himself. Okay, I'm properly caffeinated and my body should not be injuring me tonight, so I think we'll be able to do well today. And also we have Moomin here talking to us because he's a very good boy. What's up, Moomin? Can I help you, sir? Can I help you? Okay, Moomin has decided he does not, in fact, want to speak, but that's fine. Okay, ad starting in about a minute. Let me get us kicked back into New Game Plus. What class would Moomin play? Moomin would almost certainly play... What would Moomin play? Moomin would probably play Dragoon. I could see him playing Dragoon. Live in an impression. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I did not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns, and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching, and have wisely identified the precise location where the Touched One summoned Lord Ramu. Hops and pounces. Yes, exactly. And also, he doesn't have to worry about tanking or healing, and he can provide very minimal party utility. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good woman to her fellow Scions? It would be this one's pleasure, Walking One. Please, please come with this one. Please don't make me read a lot of Sylph dialogue. This is my one hope. We gotta go speak with Maxio, so we're already off to a bad start. Hi. Wise ones have ventured deep, deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for Touched Ones. How many Sylphs are you gonna make me talk with, game? Thank the 12 for flying here, right? I am so glad I no longer have to navigate the Sylphlands on foot. Back in my day, we did all of our patch content for Realm Reborn on foot. And we hated it. It sucked. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like Touched Ones. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking One will find Wise Ones not far from here to the south. Go in safety, Walking One. search for the Scions. Hi, friends. So it's actually you. I am relieved. For a moment, I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded sylph tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Y'shtola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. Yeah, Y'shtola? That's quite enough, Papalimo. My apologies, it's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying, I have finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and am pleased to say I have reached an indisputable conclusion. To wit, that Ramuh was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetheryte. Come, Dragonfruit, the Lord of Levin awaits. I do remember that they cut down at least a small chunk of the Sylphlands, because there's no more of the unmasking the Scions with scale powder and stuff, which is kind of sad, because there was some very fun dialogue in that portion, but... Hello, touched ones.
Thine order betrays thee, Sir Hiding.
I forgot his voice was so good. Ramuh is just consistently one of my favorite summons throughout the whole series. Excellent design. Yeah, Moomin.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramuh, guardian of the children of the forest.
What's up, Moom?
Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion. Thine offer, an insult.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Redanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflict have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man.
Damn, Ramuh. I mean, you're not wrong, but...
Whence
damn.
sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. For light and dark given form when man was born.
So funny thing about that foreshadowing.
It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
I have fruit
Thou
gummy for
bearest
you,
the
Ramuh.
crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges, that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye, of there is something more in thee. Very well.
Oh, one
I
sec.
shall
I'm going
consider
to,
thy proposal. Shouldst thou survive my trial,
I'm gonna make the poll for the striking tree.
if thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony,
One
I
second.
must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
We're gonna beat up this old man. It's gonna be great.
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
Hey, it's our boy.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Oh my god, he's a Ramu fanboy. He just wants to watch his favorite summon fight. And you know what? He's valid. Let's go. Striking tree now available. Okay. We've got a little bit of time still left on that poll. It is about to expire, but we will see what I'm taking in. Okay, random 1 to 3 it is. 1 is DPS, 2 is tank, 3 is healer. We are going in as a tank. And with any luck, there will be a decent amount of people running things tonight, so. Okay, yeah, we've got less than 5 minutes, so we should be good. And as usual, if for whatever reason, we don't get in within 5 minutes, like the timer says we should, then we'll just go in and solo it. Let's go look around the Sylphlins for a little bit. They're very purple. It's a very cool zone. It's a shame that it's just a nightmare to navigate. 3 more minutes before we go in and solo him. I will still be soloing on Paladin though, just for funsies. That is halfway through our duty timer. Please. You said less than 5 minutes and I'm a tank. It's not even that late on a Monday. These are the tribulations we face in between patches. I mean, I guess it's not that bad. It could be worse. Okay, 30 seconds and then we're just going in. I've had like weirdly abysmal luck with trials. We had to solo Leviathan too. Which, like, in fairness, we did do Leviathan later at night, but I don't know. Still kind of weird that we're not getting any Q pops. Alrighty, that's 5 minutes. Sorry, Ramu. We're going to have to embarrass you a little bit, sir. Now we're going to destroy this old man. At least we get to listen to a little bit of his very good theme. Let's go. Also, I initially played through 14 on a PS4, and let me tell you, PS4 really hates this arena because of all the water in it. Performance, like, noticeably dips when you're playing this trial. Hello, sir. I am here to kill you. Do I know anything about my rotation anymore? I sure don't. Is the thing. the Judgment Bolt. Got him under a minute. Art thou truly of man? Thy strength exceeds mine expectations. I mean, yes, but that's also why you don't fight the woman who killed like 4 primals before you. You could have seen this coming, my guy.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light.
Yeah, have you found it sufficient?
And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine.
Oh, great, we get to be Sin Eaters.
Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
We got this, it's fine. We're very good at excising sin.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one.
I'm sorry we killed your favorite primal, Ariange. We could get you his triple triad card,
In
probably.
witnessing thy struggle, the truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Assyrians.
Oh?
But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Okay, back to Little Solace. Do I want to just... I'm just going to teleport to the Hawthorne Hut and go that way. Imagine taking the long way to quest objectives. Dragonfruit, you have returned. Dare I ask how Ramu received your visit? Well, we killed him. He challenged you to a test of arms. It is well then that you have some experience in such matters. The peoples of both Gridania and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the forest's champion of peace. You have performed a monumental duty this day, Dragonfruit. The Elder Seedseer must be informed of your deeds at once. What little gods are made of. The Elder Seedseer will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Gridania and make directly for the Lotus Stand. The Conjurer at Nopeka's altar will be expecting you. Fare you well, Dragonfruit. Back to Gridania. Okay. Gonna warp over to the Conjurer's Guild. And from there, go over to talk with Kane Senna. Welcome back, honored Scion. We who knew of your mission have been most anxious to see you return. The Elder Seedseer awaits you within.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you.
We did it.
Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramu ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
Well, we ran around his neighborhood for 5 minutes and then we killed him in less than a minute. It was a little embarrassing for him,
Ramu made trial of you?
but it's okay.
I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest.
So there's an easy solution to this, and it's
As the
It's
scars
killing
of
the
the
Syndicate.
calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all.
yeah, are the elementals gonna help us with anything beyond their borders? Ever?
Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for
Was
aid
fast
of
asleep,
late.
probably going that way
But
again,
often
but you have
all
me
too
on and you're
little
looking.
in return.
Thank you so much for the lurk, Lena.
As
Welcome,
leader
welcome.
of this nation,
We just finished
I
speeding
shall
up Ramu.
endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramu has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
Thus ends another daunting mission, eh, Dragonfruit? I'd hoped Lord Ramu could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the primal sudden challenge. And it seems that Urianger too was pleased with the outcome. What say you? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? Back to Mordona. We're getting there. I know we're past the halfway point for this patch. And once we're done with it, we can just go straight into Coils. Always time for more donuts. That was a horrible pun. But thank you. Welcome back, Dragonfruit. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramu precedes you. I would fain share news of my own, but Urianger's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together. What'd you learn, Pacho boy?
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus.
Yeah, he's kind of a jerk.
Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence.
Oh, hell yes.
In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Oh, hell yes. Magical lecture time. Let's go. Tell me how ether works, Minfilia.
Let us begin at
Also,
what some
ad
might
starting in
call
about
the end.
a minute, chat.
When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape.
I love whenever we get Scion TED Talks. It's like when the teacher wheels in a TV.
Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits, should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them.
Oh, I remember learning about the lanes between in Kingdom
The
Hearts.
Ascians took control of
I know that
Banquet
place.
by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
Don't worry, you'll live it down in a couple
For a
expansions.
mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state,
Hello, Moomin.
but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee
Yeah,
this
you gonna
realm.
come hang out?
Thus
Come
was he
here.
consumed by Leviathan.
Hey, bud.
If we could entrap the spirits of defeated
You gonna
Ascians
come
in
learn
like
about Ether
manner,
with us?
and thereby deny them resurrection,
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
Gotta make ghost traps.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
Yeah, their whole island is gone, but just
I shall,
hope that it's
Archon.
okay.
Thank you.
It should be fine, probably. Oh, this is a very cool zone. Big fan. The Lord of Levin has returned to the Ether, as was Leviathan before him. Ramu's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whorl, and Levin all have now been humbled by the Bringer of Light. The limitless potential of man. Heidelin's servant grows mightier by the day. Yet she prospers at great cost to her mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Yet even as it enervates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken an Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Yeah, Moomin. Guardian of Eorzea. Is that you, bud? Yeah. That was such a tiny meow. You're so talkative today. Now, the matter of Ramu has, for the present, been put to rest. There is something I would show you, Dragonfruit. It is a letter of thanks, signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions in particular the names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mogulmog XII, Leviathan, and now Ramu. Needless to say, there's only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel that they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Dragonfruit, and Eorzea is that much the safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own, and that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow. And there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the beastmen who wish not of conflict, and who now call you friend. Of Alize, who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the Calamity. And then there is Cid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Allag that we might be spared the horror of another ultimate weapon. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, Antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time? Well, it's the baby boy. Alfino, I take it the troubles in Ul'dah no longer require your attention? There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. I have a message for you from Elle. You recall the refugee girl, the one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Alfino, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Dragonfruit, you have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozan was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? Can do. Alfino, the only advice I can give you is maybe don't make a PMC. But I don't know how well you'll take that. Look, it's Miss Dragonfruit. She's back from her adventures. We heard you were off fighting primals, and that they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Do you think you could train us today, Miss Dragonfruit? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion then? Oh, it's our good boy, Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coultonay. Did you know that Miss Dragonfruit is back? So it would seem. Welcome home, Dragonfruit. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow... This bookish fellow is Coultonay. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we are not younglings anymore, we are adventurers. And we were just asking Miss Dragonfruit if she could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside her, don't you? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Dragonfruit? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Hoary, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhaps I am. But what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, Dragonfruit? Would you consent to spar with me? Yeah, I'll fight you. Hurrah, we're to have a tournament. Come on, everyone. We must prepare our gear for an outing. Do try not to disappoint them, Have faith, Coultonay. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. Alrighty. Time to humble this new adventurer. It'll be a good learning experience for him. Twas good of you to agree to this, Dragonfruit. I trust you are ready to begin? Let's do it. Very well. Let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Ahem. Hoary, are you certain you wish to fight her alone? That is Dragonfruit you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me to join the Scions to begin with. Without Dragonfruit to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear that the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello. You haven't begun yet, have you? Oh good, everyone's here to watch us. Ida, what? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there are still more to come. When I mentioned Dragonfruit's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. You'd best claim victory, Bringer of Light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall soon see. On your guard. Alright, let's do it. Big Morpheus is fighting Neo vibes. Yup, truly. Such power, the tails barely do you justice. Mr. Boulder won't lose, will he? It's not over yet. It can't be. Aye, the children have the right of it. 'Tis time I joined the fray. On your feet, Hori. None of that. I must admit defeat. 'Twas an honor and a privilege. Oh, I am so sorry. Oh no, he looks hurt. Miss Dragonfruit is so strong, but you can't give up, Mr. Boulder. Can't disappoint the younglings. Oh, you can, I promise. Never have I faced such strength. 'Tis your example I follow. Surrender not to the implacable foe. You have bested me. I yield. That was incredible. She beat them both at the same time. We knew you couldn't lose, Dragonfruit. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they send you to deal with the Primals. I've much work to do if I'm ever to attempt the same. I love all these background adventurers. Impressive as always, Dragonfruit. 'Tis ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. They said the patch title, classy roll credits moment. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of Carteneau. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why Grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. You still think that, Alfino? You talk down to me all the fucking time. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. The Legatus's single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. You are 12, right? Were it not for a desire to continue Grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people. These wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. Yeah, how are you gonna do that, Alfino? I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the scions of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat, and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians, is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Buddy. Buddy pal. Maybe we backpedal a little bit. I present to you the Scions, but shittier. Oh, but hear the boy out. What if we had less accountability and more military might? That would go very well, right? Thank you for coming, Dragonfruit. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. Recruiting the realm. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the 7th Astral Era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land, and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Alfino, like, what if everyone could be a scion, and they all had big swords and little militaristic oversight? Yet while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accorded to the Scions. Oh, buddy, 'tis my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. We're gonna be a freeware PMC. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Scion's command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization, and those of the Scions, are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing this precursor to the true, border-spanning Grand Company, 'tis yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Sure, buddy, we'll go on a road trip. Thank you. 'Tis reassuring indeed to know that the Bringer of Light and her discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Lominsa. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. Okay. I'm sure I'm gonna make very good choices. So busy here. Which I guess makes sense. Because it's Limsa. Ah, there you are. I am ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Blufusfin. While the Admiral and I are finalizing promissory boundaries and signing parchments, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, 'tis of no matter should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. And you needn't range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you are satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter that we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. Okay. You want me to scout people? I can do that. Probably. Time to get members for Alfino's idol group. Hey, Carvalane. An organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity. I must say, your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens well know that there is a time to act and a time to watch. And I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. You know what, buddy? That's fair. Yeah, Moomin. He doesn't want to join up with us yet. And you know, that's okay. Ad starting in about a minute, chat. Master Alfino's new organization. Yes, I had heard the formation of his trial company was in the offing. 'Tis with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa Laminsa must needs receive my full attention. Alrighty. I forgot how few aetheryte shards there are up here that are useful. It's fine, we can run around the upper decks for a little while. Moomin is thoroughly zoomies right now. Yeah, buddy, what's up? Oh, goodness. Hello. Can I help you, sir? Well, if it ain't dragon fruit, I'd not forget a venturer brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. You remember old Riol, don't you? Formerly the Company of Heroes? 3 whistles at Bronze Lake? Aye, it ain't often I drag my arse out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fare you these days? Huh? You're looking to put together a new crew. Top tier work. Sounds like a right lark, it does. Alrighty, lass, count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into my grave just yet. We got one. I forgot how long this patch was. Like, I guess it makes sense because it sort of feels like even back then they were still doing the current expansion ends in the 0.3 patch, and then the next 2 patches are setting the groundwork for the next expansion. A precursor to a united Eorzean Grand Company. While I do admire the scope of your ambition, my responsibilities here at Naldic and Vimeles keep me close to the Forge. I have not the time to be traipsing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armorer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Oh boy, now we get to try to recruit the sirens. Hey Roswine, you want to join up? Hey? Who in the bloody hells do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sodden knight in shining plate. If you're looking for a self-righteous fop, try knocking on that dandy Carvelane's door. We already did, he didn't want to join. Okay, back to the airship landing. Yeah, Moomin? Hi, so we got one recruit. Dragonfruit, your recruiting went well, I trust? I am curious as to how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Limsa Laminsa. Buddy! You gotta change how you talk about people! Ah, a member of the legendary company of heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. Few could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seedseer proceeds as smoothly. Pray continue on to Gridania at your own pace. I shall await your arrival at Nofika's altar. To the Conjurer's Guild. My audience with the Elder Seedseer is due to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if you would once more see to the task of recruitment here in Gridania. After you deem the well of potential candidates has run dry, let us rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. Alrighty, who are we talking to? Start at the amphitheater and make a loop around. Oh, good. Hey, remember when you called me an Aura bitch? Oh gods, can it truly be you? By what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Hey? Could it be you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes he's exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at Buscaron's. Who? Laurentius, I was selling maps and supplies to the Garleans before you and those red-belly poachers mopped the forest floor with my erstwhile employers. Here now, just how many criminals have you dealt with that my ignominious tales of ignites not the slightest flicker of recognition? Ugh, the less said of my past the better, I suppose. And what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recruiting, eh? And what is your policy on reformed convicts? As matters stand, the Wood Whalers will have naught more to do with me. This may be just the second chance I was looking for. Revenant's toll, you say? I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this, I promise you. I am a changed man. Okay. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest ere your tormented back gives up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry, we were just... Oh, Dragonfruit, isn't it? It has been some time since our paths crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then, but look how far you've come. Mother Mioun tells me 'twas you who felled the fearsome Black Wolf. And now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order. Well, your cause is undoubtedly just, and my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is the very thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildur safely home. 2 more recruits. Oh, buddy, you're still sitting on this bench, sad about helping your former mistress murder people? You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions. I am both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young mistress, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me, and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. Okay. But, like, you know things about vampires, and that's pretty cool. I feel like that's a useful thing to have in our organization. Tis not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited, and this company of yours certainly sounds to have some promise, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. You know what? That's fair. Alfino's kind of flying by the seat of his pants here. What news, Dragonfruit? For my part, the Elder Seatsier was most amenable to our requests. A former wood whaler and a seasoned adventurer? Our company will not lack for variety, that much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Ul'dah while the iron is hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavor to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. One more city to scrounge up people in. Oh, and we got to Ul'dah just as the nighttime theme's kicking in. Which is great, because it has one of my favorite city-state nighttime themes. Ul'dah, the gilded city, where one's fortune defines one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, and that this final leg proves as successful as the previous two. Might I suggest descending to the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from her personal guard. Let us meet back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting, Dragonfruit. Can do, buddy. Okay. Hit the Gladiators Guild up first. Hmm? Wait, you're the lady who came to Little Alamigo looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't... I'd probably be dead and a whole lot of my friends besides. We were such fools. Any road, that disaster really got me thinking about our homeland and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I'd been manipulated and vowed to make of myself a more worldly man. So here I am. A new company of champions? And you say it will take me to all corners of the realm. That sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamigo. I've prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. You know what, Wilrid? Good for you. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I am Orson, of the Church of Saint Adama Landama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. And I must also thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying on Drybone's less fortunate. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion? Thancred, wasn't it? Ah, 'tis new companions you seek then. Your proposed organization sounds a powerful force for good, but my place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking. It is nice that, for the most part, these are characters that we've seen before in the 2.0 storyline. With the exception of, like, some of the guild masters, but... I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some new-fashioned manner of propositioning a lady? Well, I am afraid you are wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. Good day to you, miss. I mean, no, but okay. Ah, you'd be surprised what rumors drift down to Pearl Lane. I know of this glorious new company of yours, just how far I'd go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the street say your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. A company that looks to cure the ills of the realm entire? Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next all over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. You know what? That's fair. Hey, Alfino, so... Another city-state where we got, one person. Chekhov's rocket launcher over here, truly. How fared you, Dragonfruit? What hidden gems did the streets of Ul'dah offer up to your unrelenting gaze? A single Alamegan youth. Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. In these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Eorzea's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. But there are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won. Thank you, Dragonfruit. I will not squander the precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessings. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed, and the finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. There sure isn't, bud. You are concerned by the Syndicate's involvement. As was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Buddy, you're already taking Syndicate money. Failed step one. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as for the rumors and doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. They're called the Syndicate. Yup. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for a united Eorzea. Oh? I know people don't like the Dark Brotherhood funding, but they've assured us they mean well. Besides, they haven't even finished making the Torment Nexus yet. It really do be like that, though.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
Bad. Very bad, actually.
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve.
As you should, Nanamo.
With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
Speaking of Chekhov's rocket
I have trust
launcher.
in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
We could kill him.
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dah law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
I mean, props to Nanamo's old voice actress here. Like, it is evident the work that she puts in the 2.x patches.
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Okay, back to the Rising Stones. That is not a journey I soon wish to repeat. Yeah, same, bud. But I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of all our effort is at hand. I must see to the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services, Dragonfruit. I am certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free for other duties. Heretical harassment. Greetings, Dragonfruit. Alfino tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The Scions shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Tataru is cooperating with Alfino to see that all is in readiness, so I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll of late, and I wonder if Slafborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there is aught he requires? Hey buddy, can we help you with anything? What can I do for you, Dragonfruit? I thought you'd have your hands full helping out with this new arm of the Scions. Ha! I barely noticed your recruits arrive. It was barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, 'tis more your burden that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Slafborn, the shipment, we couldn't... Godswoman, what befell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll, provisions earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross over into Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. There were many, too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There is naught to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest, and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics are involved, then this is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? House Fortin. We collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this development. Dragonfruit, were you not on good terms with the Knights of House Fortin? I will be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Is that what we call our relationship with Ishgard? Thank you for your understanding. I am certain Lord Orchefon will be glad of your assistance. Alrighty. It's time to go talk to the boy again. When I remember what Kurthus looks like. There we go. Hi, buddy. I'm here to walk on your table again. Well, well, if it isn't my fine friend Dragonfruit Gelato. Would you care for a plate of roast caracol? Some mulled wine? No. Ah, I see you have not come into my hall merely hoping to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. When the cold sets in.
The incident with the new frontier hands? No, no, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service.
Hey, buddy.
The existence of
It's
a fortified outpost
come
in
here.
Mordona will do
We're
much
listening to
dissuade
the man
Empire
speak.
from trespassing on Kurthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart.
Oh, she sounds
Though
nice.
I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
Yeah, we're good.
Halone's blessings be upon you. Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited
Ad starting
as
in
you
about a minute,
adventurers
chat.
to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Alrighty, to Whitebrim Front. See, this is Kurthus weather. Snowy and miserable. Alright, Trimon, what you got for me? Dragonfruit, welcome, welcome. You'll be pleased to know that the repairs to the stone vigil proceed apace. We shall rebuild sure and strong that the Dravanians might batter themselves senseless against our shield in the west. I would venture, however, that matters of masonry are not what brought you to Whitebrim. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say. By the Fury, but you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess, then, 'tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. But 'tis not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what manner of influence this Iceheart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhaps you would care to question one of their recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a traitor was waylaid on the road. A patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow, and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. Hey, Moomin? Moomin, hey, buddy. Not on the keyboard, thank you. You know better, pal. My son is, on occasion, poorly behaved. Usually good, though. Hello, mistreated merchant? Tell you what happened. Why, yes, of course I am quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly black hearts. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals, they were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed to me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where they were hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me 'twas a miracle I survived at all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Alrighty. Time to go search the area around Snowcloak. Not that we actually get to go into the dungeon until next patch, but, you know. Hello? Are there heretics here? Draw your weapon, foul. Oh, wait. I recognize you, adventurer. You are come seeking heretics. Then we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced across one of their raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine, and yet they are gone. Vanished like icy wraiths. She's so short compared to Elizin. I love it. It's the girl! Hi, Iceheart. Big fan. Big fan. You glimpsed a woman atop the cliff. Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. 'Twould be best were we to return to Whitebrim Front and lay our suspicions before Lord Drillemont. At least I'm pretty sure we don't go to Snowcloak until next patch. I could be entirely wrong, but... feels weird to slot the dungeon in here right at the end of the patch, but... this is also early days of their cycle for story updates, so... they were just kind of trying stuff. Dragonfruit. It appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail on their report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest. That they should be bested so handily. I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. 'Twould be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemy. Pray return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Orchafon of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. Back to Orchafon.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody.
You good there, bud?
But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed, and this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma.
This is true.
As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made
Don't worry, we'll
arrangements
get plenty of
for a
Iceheart
second
next
shipment to be
patch.
sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Alrighty, back to Revenant's Toll. Hello, Slothborn. Dragonfruit, 'tis good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Kurthus? House Forton is to send us a second shipment. I must send thanks to Lord Orchefon for his continued generosity. Yet even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract ever greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us, Alfino's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. Brave new companions. While you were away in Kurthus, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tataru does yet seem somewhat flustered. I've taken enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? Tataru! I'm coming to help, it's okay. I'm sorry you had to deal with Alfino for that long. These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents... Why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file the lot in my waste paper basket. Ah, Dragonfruit, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand. Splendid. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alfino if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. 8 uniforms to hand out. Those who believe this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself 'tis an investment in the future. Thus did I sign my name to the cause. Here you go, Yu Hase. These uniforms were a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be wealth aplenty in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses. Sure. That's what they're for. I thought it best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit that I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Put your damn uniform on, Laurentius. Ah, our new uniforms. I'm reminded of my induction into the Wood Whalers. Isildur has at last retired from the adventurer's life. Though I shall miss his wisdom and irrepressible spirit, I am excited to forge my own path forwards. Ah yes, the uniform. Thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. You'll do fine, girly. It's just Alfie now. Hi, Ariel. Hello there, lass. Looking for me, was you? I'd suggest giving a whistle, but I'm not sure as I'd hear it amongst all the bustle. Oh, proper uniforms and all. This thing will cut off the blood to me head. Not to worry, though. I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. Little Alamigo could learn much from Reverend's Toll. That this town can be so alive in the midst of such desolation. I've never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in time. Dragonfruit gelato. Gods, I did not expect to meet you strolling about town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll. 'Tis an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. This scarlet garb marks me as a proud member of the Maelstrom and a hardy defender of Limsa Lominsa. Yet in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm, and thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh ho, now that's a striking shade of blue. Put alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack for color. You are very correct, my friend. Hi. I don't believe we've met. I am Ilbert, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to the Calamity, and I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. You're the last uniform I gotta hand out. The uniforms are a shrewd decision. There is no easier method of creating a common bond among what is essentially a band of strangers. Alright, Alfino. We're ready for your ceremony. Yes, Dragonfruit? Ah, Tataru mentioned you were handing out the new uniforms. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits. Some few answered the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is much a small corps of elite warriors can achieve. Did I mention I'd thought a name for the company? 'Tis my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near, Dragonfruit. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement. It's very blue.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you crystal braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one.
Oh boy, he said the organization name for the first time.
Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus, does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were.
You sure about that, buddy?
We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready. I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions.
You are very correct, Minfilia.
Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans?
Not a lot. She's been very quiet.
Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidel's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Okay, we're back in Ishgard. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. This is certainly a place to have this cutscene. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. Oh shit, this is our first time seeing the Archbishop. Let's go. normal things happening in Ishgard. And that is it for Realm Reborn Chapter 5. We have one chapter remaining for Realm Reborn, and then we are done with the base game and we move on to Heaven's Ward, which is wild to think about. This also means that it is now time for us to start the Binding Coil of Bahamut. Ripped from the heavens by the nefarious designs of Nail Van Darnus, the false moon Dalamud hurtled into Vilbrand, its shattering impact forming a network of labyrinthine caves beneath the surface. Braving dangers untold, the Warrior of Light plumbs the subterranean depths, that the truth behind the seventh umbral calamity may be unearthed. Let's do it. I think this one actually starts over at the Waking Sands. Sure does. Hi, Urianger. Primal Awakening. When the Cenary moon did wane, there sounded a blood-curdling roar. A new primal had roused, the portents gave us to believe, one whose identity yet lieth beyond our ken. By thy hand, 3 primals have since been vanquished. As each returned to the ether, 'twas observed that tremors foreshadowing this fourth grew in strength and frequency both. The being doth quicken, and in time it shall become a scourge upon the land. Yet even as we pondered a course of action, a benevolent soul did arise, one who would forestall this threat. Though she be tender in years, she is true of heart and steadfast of resolve. She would solicit thine aid if thou art willing to proffer it. Lest thou wonder, this maiden is of our order. Thus did the antecedent straightways consent that thou shouldst assist her howsoever thou mayest. As soon as thou art able, hie thee to Wineport, where thy petitioner doth await thee even now. Thou shalt for a certainty find her visage strikingly familiar. Let's go, it's Coils time! Hello, Alize! It has been a while, adventurer. As I recall, my brother Alfino took the liberty of introducing us when first and last we met. But for the sake of propriety, Alice Leveilleur, I thank you for coming. I have heard much and more of your exploits. By your hand the Black Wolf is slain and his ultima weapon destroyed. You are possessed of great strength and courage, that much is plain. I shall have need of one such as you if I am to see my mission through to its conclusion. As you may be aware, the violence of Dalamud's fall changed not only the face of the realm, but also the base of the realm. Specifically, it played havoc with the etheric currents, creating vast confluences of ether below the surface. Among other phenomena, this led to the formation of subterranean caverns at key points of stress. One such cavern lies beneath Castrum Occidens, and extends to only the gods know where. Despite appearances, Castrum Occidens is as much a research facility as it is a fortress. Gaius van Baelsar chose the site for no other reason than to probe the caverns without interference. As he went about vanquishing the returned primals, I observed a repeating wave pattern in the ether, corresponding exactly to the dates on which you were reported to have felled Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda. Upon closer examination, it became clear that these unique waveforms emanated from deep beneath the aforementioned stronghold. Crucially, I recorded the same pattern during the recent celebrations, and have since been given to understand that this phenomenon bears a disquieting similarity to one observed shortly prior to the calamity. 5 years ago, my grandfather invoked the power of the 12 that he might contain Bahamut. Alas, his efforts failed, and he vanished, together with his foe. I would know the truth of what transpired that day, of grandfather's fate, and of the metamorphosis that swept across the realm. In casting light upon these mysteries, we will find a way to cure what ails this world. It is my belief that the answers I seek lie hid within the depths of the cavern. I would have you accompany me on an expedition to find them, Dragonfruit. Yes. If truth be told, I am not wont to rely upon others, and have thus far handled matters alone. Yet I am not blind to my limitations. Unescorted, I cannot hope to succeed in this endeavor. I swore that I would find a way to restore peace to Eorzea. If you desire the self-same, then aid me, as you aided my brother and the Scions. I am in your debt. You are a woman of action, and I sense that we will accomplish much together. Ad starting in about a minute, chat. But let us not waste any more time. As I mentioned, Castrum Occidens straddles the cavern I wish to explore. If I am to have a hope of reaching it alive, I will need you to infiltrate the stronghold first and locate a path into the depths. Once you have done so, pray report your success to Storm Private Jabroka. You may consider her my assistant here in Y-Port. I have every faith that you will not fail me. 12 speed your way, Dragonfruit. Fight my way through Castrum Occidens. Can do. Mostly I'm just gonna fly through the entire thing. Exploratory Site Gate. Hey, we found a gate. Is that good enough? I've been expecting you, Dragonfruit. By your coming, I take it you have successfully located the cavern entrance inside Castrum Occidens? So that's where it is to be found. Marvelous. Oh, but allow me to properly introduce myself. Jabroka is my name, and it is my honor to serve the Lady Alisaie, though for reasons of convenience, at present I also serve the Maelstrom. This uniform accords me certain privileges, you see. In particular, ready access to the Maelstrom's regional scouting reports. They provide a wealth of local knowledge, including information on secret passages. But enough about me. I shall notify Lady Alisaie of your discovery, that she may prepare for the expedition. Though I don't doubt your abilities, none can say what dangers lurk beneath Castrum Occidens. For my lady's sake as well as your own, please spare neither preparation nor caution. Pray choose your companions well. Binding Coil of Bahamut now accessible. Alrighty. We get to go through wings 1 through 5, and then we will start the next quest. Time for turn 1. And we'll be going through all of these as summoner, just for funsies. Imperial Exploratory Site, 237 yalms. the scars left by the calamity. I can scarce breathe for the surfeit of ether. Tell me, have you ever seen corrupted crystals such as these? Such crystals manifested across the realm when the course of the great river of ether was irrevocably altered 5 years ago. Behold, one of the objects that caused that alteration, a fragment of the lesser moon Dalamud. Ancient Alag created Dalamud, or Meteor to use the Garlean name, to serve as a celestial prison for Bahamut. Its fall inflicted grievous wounds upon the land, wounds that have yet to heal, as is evident from the corrupted crystals. Amazing. Dalamud's internal defenses still function in spite of everything. A testament to the ingenuity of the Alakans. The Garleans seek to appropriate their advanced technology. I am certain of it. We are about to come face to face with secrets that have long lain buried within the sands of time. Great dangers may lie beyond, but we have come too far to turn back. The truth of the calamity is within reach. No automated defense system. Perish. Thank you. God, this zone is so good. Love all of these zones. God's preserve. Dark wings that would engulf the very heavens. These could belong only to Bahamut, the primal who laid Eorzea to waste 5 years ago. At Cartano, my grandfather sought to imprison Bahamut anew by invoking the power of the 12. Alas, the dreadworm proved too powerful, and he soon broke free of his confines. Yet instead of resuming the destruction he had begun, Bahamut vanished, whither to no one knew, until this day. But I do not understand. If Bahamut is truly a primal, how is it that he retains his physical form? Did Grandfather defeat him? Or is there some other explanation? We must press on if we are to learn the truth. Mildly ominous. Okay. Time to breach the ethereal fields. Alrighty, it's all the fields breached. Time for our first real boss of the Coils. Come, little snake friend. Caduceus. I think we beat him. There's not going to be much in the way of strategy until we get to some of the later turns, but like, it's not all going to be face rolls, mostly. Alrighty, turn 2. We're basically just going straight through the first 5 turns. Imperial Exploratory Site, 912 yalms. Oh good, another defense system. It's okay, we deactivated it. I think turn 3 is the one that's just straight up a jumping puzzle. Yep, it sure is. Engine room, 1233 yalms. So we are like fully in the elegant superstructure at this point. Which is great. Love that for us. Hello, Mary Dolly. Wonderful to see you, friend. Finally escaped bed. Welcome, welcome. Congratulations on being awake. Okay, yeah, that was totally the wrong way. It's fine. Okay, I'm fairly certain we want to go through the rings. Yes. I did remember how to do these. definitely one of the weirdest raids that Square ever designed, and I'm glad they learned their lesson from it and did not repeat it again. Didn't quite hit all of them. There we go. Anyway, how's your day been so far, Mary? Okay. I hope this is correct. Yep, there we go. Still kind of high, so that's fun. Oh, wonderful. I forgot how long this wing was. Not that there's like anything substantial here, but guess that we want to go this way? Oh yeah, there's the terminal. I think we're finally done with turn 3 now. Yep, there we go. Turn 4, which I think actually has more combat encounters. Slay all the enemies. Can do. Drive cylinder, 1524 yalms. Come on, get grouped up. Thank you. Is that it? Is that the whole wing? Well, let's go. This was the very first raid series that they introduced to 14, so it's definitely rough around the edges, but especially once we get into the later wings, we'll finally be getting some more good story content from it. Alrighty, turn 5 time. This one used to be a nightmare to solo, but gear levels are at a point where we can just kind of burn through it without having to worry about dive bombs. Central Core, 1910 Yalms. Oh good, we're on Bahamut's Claw. Got a big ol' hand. The right hand of Bahamut. This is going rather more smoothly than I expected. It is indeed convenient to have a hero on hand. Gods, that the cavern should open up again, even at this depth. Huh, that resembles a finger. And so it should. This is Bahamut's hand. As with the wings, it seems to be frozen, and for that I count my blessings. But again, I find myself wondering, how is it able to retain physical form? I'd assumed that Bahamut's reversion to ether was the cause of the widespread changes to the realm, but if he is still here, then that theory no longer holds. What was it then that brought about the realm's sudden regeneration? There is still so much we do not know about Cartano. I haven't the slightest inkling how deep these caverns run, but we must continue. Hi, Twintania. I'm glad I don't have to worry about any of your mechanics anymore. Mostly. Oh, hey. I was not expecting to get that. Hello, Abso. Wonderful to see you, friend. Yes, meow, 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 meow. Binding coil of Bahamut complete. Okay, that's one of 3 wings down. Okay. Next up is Alize's Pledge, so we're back to the Waking Sands. So we can unlock the next set of raids. This is one of my favorite mounts. Love this dog. Alright, Urianger, what have you got for us? You may view the opening cutscene for the Binding Coil of Bahamut before accepting this quest. Yes? The scars left by the calamity. Oh, wait. We already watched this. Alize's pledge. Full glad am I for thy safe return. Lady Alize hath apprised me of thy many experiences. As thou wilt doubtless be aware, Master Louisoix was my lady's grandsire. Gravely concerned was I for her safety, but 'twould seem I need not have been so. With all my heart I do thank thee for watching over her. But come, thou must speak with Mistress Alize upon that which transpired within the Binding Coil. May it serve to bring us closer to the truth of the calamity. Shall we begin then? Urianger, I understand you have a report of your own to share with us. Aye, my lady. Even as thou didst emerge from the depths, an etheric disturbance betokening primal activity was observed. In Mordona was it marked first. By comparison of time and magnitude, we have since deduced its origin, the Cartano Flats. Strange. There have been no reports of primal activity in that region. It could only have been Bahamut. That would certainly explain how we came to be in northern Thanalin. Somehow the cavern took us all the way from Vilbren to the heart of Aldenard. 'Twould seem so, my lady. It is all but certain, then. After Bahamut disappeared 5 years ago, he hid himself deep beneath Cartano, and has since lain dormant, regenerating. Aye, my lady. Taken together with thine own account of Bahamut's continued presence, the land's slowness to heal, and the disorder of the etheric currents do point to one conclusion. Bahamut stirreth. If left unchecked, the primal shall drink of Eorzea's life force till he doth waken to rain ruin upon the land. Rest assured, I do not mean to give up Dragonfruit. Bahamut may still live, but so too does Grandfather. For the past 5 years he has been keeping vigil over his nemesis, making certain that the primal does not escape. Master Louisoix doth yet live. I durst not hope, and thou art certain 'twas no mere manifestation of thine all too sorely felt grief. I know how desperate this may sound, Urianger, but I saw him with my own 2 eyes, as did Dragonfruit. But he vanished deeper into the labyrinth before we had the chance to speak. 2 more like fragments of Dalamud pierced the earth when the lesser moon fell. One we have seen. If we can but find the other 2, I am certain that we will find Grandfather as well. If thou so believest, my lady, then I too shall have faith. If it please you, I shall notify the grand companies of this development. All Eorzea must stand united if we are to avert a repeat of the calamity. That will not be necessary, Urianger. Being the great conciliator that he is, Alfino will seek to unite Eorzea of his own accord. If rumors are true, that endeavor is already well underway. So let us leave the diplomacy to the diplomat while we continue our investigation of Bahamut. I swear to you, no matter what it takes, we will find my grandfather and uncover the whole truth of the calamity. Dragonfruit, you have heard me swear to do these things, but without your strength I cannot hope to make good on my word. The danger to Eorzea is not past. For the sake of all who abide here, I pray that you will ever be our sword in the darkness. Can do. Just point me at the next set of raids. Another turn in the coil. A crystal-choked abyss lieth beneath the Cartano Flats, the unholy cradle of an elder primal, and by thy hand were truths great and terrible wrested from those once celestial depths. Yet, as is oft the case, an answer doth breed a profusion of questions, and the unknown doth beckon with irresistible allure. Ne'er have the mysteries of the Red Moon lain so neatly within our grasp. Lady Alize hath sent word of her coming. 'Tis time once more to brave the precipice and leap unflinching into the jagged wound that doth gape beneath the land. Mine apologies. I trust I have not kept you waiting over long. Dragonfruit, I am both delighted and reassured to have you at my side once more. I would not waste your time with trivialities. Let us proceed directly to the discussion of that which we have learned and that which we hope to learn anon. Initially, it was evidence of a new primal that led us to delve into the cavern beneath Castrum Oxidans, and to explore the subterranean scars left after the fall of Dalamud. Ad starting in about a minute, chap. As you will well recall, what we found was a vast, largely intact fragment of the fallen satellite, and within the depths of that structure we discovered not the new primal we had expected, but the broken form of Bahamut himself. Yet even this great revelation would soon be overshadowed by the appearance of my own dear grandfather. I have since shared our sundry findings with Rambrose, preeminent scholar of the Sons of St. Koinak, and he, in turn, did kindly furnish me with his theory concerning the Elder Primal's Allagan prison. 'Twould seem that Dalamud was constructed to gather unto itself the rays of the sun, and thence channel this radiant bounty under the Crystal Tower. The ancients saw great potential in Bahamut's capacity to manipulate energies of otherwise unmanageable magnitude. 'Twas for this reason that they did bind him within the Red Moon, to serve as its living core. Do you remember the sight that greeted us at the culmination of our journey? The colossal devices that surrounded and seemed to cradle the incomplete form of the Elder Primal. From the information provided to us by the Sons of St. Koinak, we have learned that these contraptions were termed internment hulks, and that each bore the designation Ragnarok class. The purpose of these hulks is believed to be twofold. First, they are meant to act as binding coils, rendering Bahamut incapable of escape. And second, they are meant to feed him. Perversely, the self-same energy which prevents him from moving also serves to sustain his corporeal manifestation. Bahamut is permitted neither to die nor to truly live, he merely is allowed to be. For century upon century was the Elder Primal thus imprisoned, bound about in fetters so subtle in their working, and yet so adamant, that though his cell be destroyed, Bahamut lieth yet at the mercy of his long-departed captors. It has long been held that the primals require the prayers of their faithful followers to exist, yet none alive worship Bahamut. Could it be then that the Allagans found a way to simulate prayer itself? It seems the only logical explanation. I would postulate, therefore, that the regenerative mechanisms in question also supply something akin to the power of prayer. Consequently, if all of the internment hulks were to be rendered inactive, Bahamut should dissolve into the ether. Upon the evidence of thy previous foray, we determined that the Elder Primal is sustained by 3 such binding coils. Thus did we commence to scour the realm, and found in the Twelveswood an as yet unexplored fragment of the Lesser Moon, bearing a most familiar etheric signature. And after conducting a preliminary investigation, we believe we have discovered a point from which this North Shroud fragment, and the second of the internment hulks, can be entered. As Eorzea's sword in the darkness, I would have you once more lead the charge. I will, of course, be there at your side. Once you have made your preparations, head to Fallgord Float and make yourself known to my assistant, Serpent Lieutenant Anael. The fallen fragment is not far from the settlement, and her position provides a convenient rendezvous point. I will break these Allagan fetters, for they bind my grandfather as surely as they bind Bahamut. Alrighty. Time to go unlock turn 2. Or the second coil, rather. I know how words work, sometimes. Dragonfruit Gelato, I've been expecting you. My name is Anael. I have been accorded the rank of lieutenant within the Order of the Twin Adder that I may better assist Lady Alisaie with her endeavors here in the Twelveswood. Such authority has allowed me to act without interference from the local soldiery, and to conduct a preliminary investigation of the Alder Springs fragment. From what we have seen of the exterior, the structure shares many common features with the one you explored in Lenosha, and likely plays host to a similar complement of guardians. But I fear words alone will do little to prepare you for what lies ahead. Pray seek out my comrade to the south and west. He is charged with observing all that occurs in the vicinity of the fragment, and will be well placed to show you the thing if nothing less. That do be a large fragment. What business brings you to this broken land? Unless you fancy being ground to a bloody pulp under the granite fists of a wandering golem, I suggest you bugger up. Oh, my apologies, madam. Lady Alisaie did send word of your impending arrival, but 'twould seem I've grown rather too accustomed to shooing away curious sellswords and reckless explorers. Behold, if you will, one of the fallen shards of the Red Moon, Dalamud. Our initial survey uncovered no evidence of the Empire's presence, which, while fortunate in itself, meant that the approach to the fragment had yet to be cleared. After much effort, however, we succeeded in carving out a semblance of a path which should grant you access to the entrance, and that, I'm afraid, is where our progress ended. The interior? Well, assuming that the architecture of this hulk resembles the first, the master controls you seek will be located on the bottommost layer, past all the ingenious and deadly defenses of which the ancient Alligans seemed so indecently fond. If you would know more, I am afraid there is nothing for it but to brave the depths of the fragment yourself. Lady Alisaie will soon be arriving at Fallgourd. Pray do not tarry on your way back to the lieutenant's post. I imagine our young mistress will be most eager to commence the expedition. The road ahead promises peril aplenty, and I would humbly suggest that this is not the occasion to stint on preparation or provisions. May the 12 watch over you. Mistress Gelato, I trust the private's explanation was well worth the journey? Simply securing an approach to the fragment's entrance proved a monumental task. I dare not think what defeating its inner defenses will entail. If there is aught I might do to aid you... Ah, Lady Alice... Oh, my apologies, Master Alfino. Has there been a change of plan? Urianger informed me of the impending expedition. I merely came to exchange a few words with my fellow scion before she disappeared into the depths of the second coil. Dragonfruit. Though I would strenuously deny it were she present, my sister's admiration and affection for our grandsire exceeds even mine own. Upon the matter of his legacy, therefore, Alisaie is wont to go above and beyond the call of duty. In our grandfather's absence, she has made the salvation of Eorzea her personal crusade. 'Twas that which prompted her to brave the perils of the first coil. Yet the fact that she risks her life in this manner is not the greatest of my concerns. No, it is her subsequent fixation upon my grandfather's shade that worries me most. This quest to rid the world of Bahamut must not become a quest to save a man long dead. My sister must needs have a better reason to fight. A time will come when the fate of the realm rests upon her shoulders, and when it does, we must be strong in our resolve, and certain of the stakes for which we risk all. There is a wide difference between fighting for the good of Eorzea and fighting for the love of a man who died for the good of Eorzea. Alisaie must choose her own path. She cannot rely on grandfather to choose it for her, for he is gone. I am glad that it is you with whom she makes this journey. If Alisaie is to discover a deeper purpose, then where better to find one than at the side of Eorzea's greatest champion? 'Twas there that I found mine, after all. But 'tis past time I was gone. Fair fortune in your endeavors, Dragonfruit. Lieutenant Anael, was it? I would appreciate you making no mention of my presence here to my sister. Lady Alize is due to arrive at any moment. I shall abide in confident expectation of your triumphant return. Alrighty, second coil time? Yes? Yes, let's go. Alrighty, time for turns 6 through 9. Dalamud's Shadow. How strange. Why could we not see all this before? I suppose it is only to be expected that corrupted crystals should accompany a disturbance of this magnitude. After all, the fragment likely pierced the ground to a depth of many hundreds of yalms. The swirling ether leaking from the wound must warp the very air, creating a veil that hides these formations from view. Well, it is not as if we expected this to be a straightforward task. Let's tread carefully, shall we, Dragonfruit? 'Tis imperative that we win through to the depths of this structure and disable the mechanism that powers Bahamut's regeneration. Of course, if we should chance to encounter my grandfather upon the way, I shall not let him go again, not while there is hope that he may yet be saved. But mayhap we should put such thoughts from our minds until after we have successfully gained entrance to the place. That opening up ahead appears a suitable point of ingress. Yeah, we just gotta get through all the dark matter golems first. It's a friend. Alright, that's turn 6 done. it's the girly. That armor. No, it couldn't be. Be on your guard, Dragonfruit. Though it defies all reason that he should live, I know of only one who wears such armor. He whom the Empire raised as high as the Black Wolf himself, the legatus of the 7th Legion. I speak of the madman who brought the Meteor Project to fruition. We face the White Raven, Nail Van Darnus, harbinger of the 7th Umbral Era. Nail Van Darnus? Ah, that was the name of the fool who perished upon the eve of the promised Age of Glory. It should not be uttered within these hallowed halls. Normal shit. Out of love for his loyal servant, the one true deity named me Nail Deus Darnus. The one true deity? Bahamut. He speaks of Bahamut. O Lord Bahamut, thy name is as sweet water to parched lips. How my heart swells at thy sacred touch. This blessed sanctum is the domain of my God and his beloved children. Seek to defile its glory, and you will answer to me. Where'd you go, bud? How is this possible? From what Alfino has told me, Nail was slain on the eve of the calamity. Whatever the truth of the matter, we must be on our guard. There can be no reasoning with the worshippers of a primal. The outer coil. Almost there. Arriving at Sector 8. Hello, Snake Lady. second coil halfway done. 2 more left. Central decks, 3256 yalms. Love to be 3 kilometers under the earth. I am reminded of the passages beneath Castrum Oxidans. We must have traveled quite some distance below the surface. More of the same tunnels. 12 be good. Surely they cannot continue all the way down from the upper floors. 'Tis difficult to see inside, but I have a terrible feeling those corridors house more of the dreadful guardians you have already faced. It is said that the Allegans excelled in the creation of chimerical beasts, and that the Red Moon teemed with 1,000 fantastical monstrosities, all to prevent the ancient enemies of the Empire from releasing the Elder Primal. I wonder, the creatures that prowl these halls, could they be the beloved children of which Nail spoke? Well, this is yet another mystery to ponder upon our return. Shall we continue onwards? No, thank you. I'm just trying to go. Promise. Bye. There we go. Okay, this is the first one where we actually have to, like, think a little bit, because we want to hold DPS until it activates the pylons. Not that much thinking, but, you know, a little bit. Defeat the Avatar. Come on, buddy. Activate your fun little pillars. Thank you. There we go. Alrighty, turn 9. This is gonna be the real test if I can solo all of these. I should be able to, in theory, but it's gonna be interesting. The hollow charts, 6329 yalms. Let's go, it's Riven Road time. That surely cannot be Dalamud. How? Where are we? The final resting place of Nail Van Darnus. This is a grave for the undeserving, and for the crime of trespassing upon my god's sanctuary, this place shall serve as your grave too. No. Hi, Nail. In the hour of his failure, Nail Van Darnus felt the currents of ether begin to bear away his essence. But before oblivion could claim the last of him, a divine will reached out, and I was born. Then did the words of my God resound in mine ears. Bring unto mine enemies crushing defeat, that they might know despair without end, and claim thee thus the victory which thou wert once denied. It's normal for girls, don't worry about it. Twould seem that little remained of Nail's essence when Bahamut plucked him from the blink of oblivion, and the result was this strange simulacrum. Nevertheless, her aura bespeaks great power. She channels the rage of the Elder Primal himself. Lord Bahamut, thy wish is my command. None shall escape thine unquenchable fury. Come, ye dull, unthinking beasts, bare your teeth. They will avail you not in the calamity to come. Rise of the White Raven time. Okay, we're gonna do slow DPS until we hit 50%, and then we're gonna have to burst right after the ad phase, because otherwise we will die. A very painful death. Think we have any more meteors to contend with? We absolutely might. But we'll see. we good? I think. Also ad starting in about a minute, chat. 10 seconds to Mega Flare. Cool. Oh, goddamn. So close. I feel very stupid for that. That's okay. Should have been closer to center. As if I had not fallen into the stupid barrier, would have lived. Oh, we did it. Bless. Okay. Second coil of Bahamut complete. Let's go. Okay. Alize's Resolve, which I think unlocks our final set of raids. Truly, it is wonderful to escape that stifling air and return to Northern Thanalan again, it would appear. I must thank you, Dragonfruit. Were it not for your bravery, I strongly doubt that I would be standing here now. But you need not tarry on my account. The danger is past. Pray go on ahead and apprise Irianger of all that has occurred. I will join you anon. My thoughts are yet unruly, and I would rest here a while. We are prey returning to the Waking Sands yet again. Hi, Urianger. We killed Nail Van Darnus the second time. The triumphant hero doth return. Thine eyes speak of the dread task's completion. The second coil now lieth dormant. Yet I sense the tidings thou bearest are not altogether glad. Pray tell me, what ill hath cast the shadow which falleth now across thy brow? Oh, you know. An old foe and an old friend. So 'twas but the ethereal shadow of Master Louisoix that Lady Alisaie beheld, an unnatural conjuration and thrall to the elder primal. That the fiend should deign to choose him of all men, even in full knowledge of the shade's true nature, I would be hard-pressed to weather such a confrontation. Yet what agonies must the young mistress have endured? Such torment did she ne'er deserve. Mayhap 'twere better if the Lady Alisaie did absent herself from future forays under the coils. I have come too far to surrender to grief, Urianger. Okay, so yeah, I think the post-duty cutscenes are just not available in New Game Plus for whatever reason, which is a very weird choice. My lady, I am resolved to defeat these fiends, and naught shall sway me from my path. Now let us peer more deeply into the well of our discoveries. As you wish, my lady. By your leave, I would speak first of the Coil's late guardian, Nail Van Darnus. Van Darnus was a legatus of the Garlean Empire who strove to bring about Eorzea's final destruction, only to fall even as the sixth sun did set. If thou hast heard tales of the White Raven, then it is he whom they speak. Soft smalls are softs but smaller? You are correct, Absol, this is true. Aye, he, I say, for Nail was for a certainty no maid. The noble house of Van Darnus, as we discovered all too late, had long safeguarded the wisdom of ancient Allag. 'Twas thus that the legatus came to learn the true nature of Dalamud, and to seek to employ the Red Moon as a weapon against Eorzea. But the Crystal Tower, and the mechanisms required to command the satellite, yet lay hidden beneath the ground, compelling Nail to construct a far less subtle mechanism. And at his first faltering attempts to communicate with Dalamud, he did likely rouse the satellite's slumbering prisoner. Thenceforth did the White Raven's soul belong to Bahamut. He was fortunate indeed to acquire so powerful a thrall by chance. 'Tis little wonder he was so loath to part with him. Why let a simple thing like death deprive one of so useful a pawn? Though we may accuse him of bungling Van Darnus's resurrection, I dare say Bahamut was as content to have a handmaiden as a manservant. I only hope that the two thralls we encountered were the extent of his flock. Yet I cannot help but dwell on Nail's words, those beloved children of whom he spoke. I assumed at first that he referred to the moon's beastly guardians, but should Bahamut have enslaved other mortals, we must needs remove this source of worship. Otherwise our efforts to disable the coils shall be for naught. Forgive me mine indelicacy, my lady. Thou art wise indeed to speak of expunging the Primal's thralls, but canst thou truly pursue a course which would cost thee thine own grandsire? My heart and mind are as one on this matter. Grandfather's salvation can be won but by a single method, the destruction of Bahamut, and aught that might serve to sustain him. Dragonfruit. While Urianger and I endeavor to ascertain the existence of any future thralls, I suggest you grant yourself a moment's respite. Rest assured that I will contact you the moment I have need of your inimitable talents. That we have achieved so much I owe to you. I fear, however, that our trials have barely begun. Though time hath dulled the pain of thy passing, I find that I am wounded afresh. Master Louisoix, what good shall come of this unending search for knowledge and truth? Long have I believed the pursuit of such treasures to be the duty of every true Charlian. Yet with each new revelation serveth only to heap further anguish upon those whom we would fain protect. Must we truly reach for more? So you have found your resolve, dear sister. Will you now find a use for the secret? for the key that only you and I hold? Given our familial propensity for curiosity, you would do well to remember that keys may serve to seal doors as well as to unlock them, and Bahamut is a most unwelcome guest, to whom the door should never have been opened. Fragments of Truth. Man is wont to cast light wheresoever secrets lie hid in darkness. Though that which he illuminateth seldom bringeth him joy, so it is with such unhappy truths as Bahamut's immense shadow doth conceal. Yet ever onward forgeth Mistress Alize, undeterred by the burden of knowledge that weigheth heavy on her heart. 'Tis a perilous path she hath chosen, and a painful one. I prithee, Dragonfruit, remain by her side as her valiant blade, that she might see her quest to its conclusion. Dragonfruit, it is well that you are here. My lady, how might I serve you this day? I have met with some difficulty in my mission, Urianger, and I should be grateful for your counsel. As you know, Bahamut's physical form is regenerating beneath the Cartano Flats even as we speak. If we are to prevent his return, we must needs disable the 2 remaining internment husks that sustain him. Every moment our mission is delayed, the realm is pushed closer to the brink of destruction. Alas, though I have determined the locations of the fragments of Dalamud leading to the hulks, I have been unable to find a way to enter them. And gaining admittance is but the first step in your perilous undertaking. When last thou descended into Bahamut's subterranean fastness, thou didst discover, didst thou not, that the dread primal had bound the shade of Nail Van Darnus unto his will. And though thou didst consign the fallen legatus to blessed oblivion, thou mayest recall that the piteous wretch was not alone. Doubt not but that Bahamut's other thralls shall seek to hinder thy passage. You can say his name, Urianger. I have not forgotten that my grandfather is waiting for us. My lady, I would remind you, as I oft remind myself, that the man whom we both loved and revered is no more. What remaineth is but a shade which defileth his memory. The vile verbiage that spilleth from his lips must not be heeded, for it cometh not from your grandsire, but from Bahamut himself. You need not worry, Urianger. Come what may, I will not stray from the course. I will not let grandfather's sacrifice be in vain. But mere words will not take us whither we must go. As I said, I have been unable to find a way to enter the fragments of Dalamud. My lady, might I suggest that you visit the fragments again in Dragonfruit's company? Full oft hath the Warrior of Light set events in motion by virtue of her presence alone. 'Tis possible that she may do so again. I, the while, shall search for answers of mine own. By our efforts combined, full sure am I that the path shall be revealed to us ere long. Were it anyone else, I should question the wisdom of such advice. Yet I cannot deny what you say about Dragonfruit is true. Very well. I shall do as you suggest. Assuming you have no objections, of course? Good. Now, we seek entry to 2 fragments of Dalamud. One lies at the Burning Wall in eastern Thanalin, and the other at the Singing Shards in Mordona. I left an assistant at each location with instructions to continue searching for a means of ingress. It is not impossible that they could have since found something useful to us. Let us begin by visiting my man at the Burning Wall. Dex, I think it was. Off to eastern Thanalin. Oh, there's the fragment. Got good news for us, Dex. I say, are you not Mistress Gelato, my lady's most faithful companion? Sinis, madam, at your service. And may I say what an honor it is to meet you? Oh. Like, Sinister and Dexter. Got it. How goes the survey, Dex? Ahem, my lady. It shames me to say that I have found no viable path to the fragment. Though it stands there before our very eyes, the way thither has thus far proven impassable. When the fragment fell and pierced the land, it caused a prodigious amount of ether to spew forth. 'Twas this that gave rise to the land's twisted lay, which seems destined to thwart our efforts. Even were an opening to exist, I fear that we would struggle to reach it. We cannot give up. Keep trying. So near and yet so far. Well, it avails us not to stand here and stare at this thing. Let us away to Mordona and try the other fragment. Perhaps Sinis has fared better. Upon that note, my lady, there is something I must tell you. I am sorry to report that I lost contact with my brother just over a bell ago. As you know, the singing shards are home to many fell creatures, ogres among them. While I do not wish to cause you undue alarm, I fear something unspeakable may have happened to Dex. What? Why didn't you... Give me strength. We must hurry to my assistant's aid, Dragonfruit. Revenant's Toll, and then to the Singing Shards. We cannot fly over a lot of this. There we go. I'm smart. Sometimes. You good, buddy? Thank you, adventurer. For a moment there, I feared that my bones were to be ground up and used to bake bread. I am relieved to see that you are unharmed. It was wrong of me to press such a dangerous task upon you. My lady, your worries are wasted on me. It was nothing at all, I assure you. Ahem. If it pleases you, I shall report on my findings. As you can see, though the tip of the fragment is exposed, the rest is encased in rock and crystal, rendering it impossible to enter the structure. We might try excavating the area around the fragment, but that is like to take time, and there really is no telling how deep we may need to dig before we find a suitable point of ingress. As such, I am forced to conclude that gaining entry to this fragment is unrealistic. Forgive me, my lady. Confound it, we are losing precious time. What are we to do now? 'Tis I, Urianger. Glad tidings have I for thee and my lady. For a blessing, a way hath been found by which thou mayst enter the remaining fragments of Dalamud. Pray escort Mistress Alize to the cerulean processing plant in northern Thanalan. There all shall be made clear. Urianger has found a way? Then we must go to him at once. To northern Thanalan. Mine apologies for summoning you thus from afar, my lady, but 'tis here that your journey may finally begin. I did wonder. To my knowledge, there are no fragments in northern Thanalan. Nor are you mistaken, my lady. Yet a pathway doth exist, one which you yourself have made use of in the past. At the conclusion of your several forays into the binding coil, 'twas at the crystal formation which lieth to the north of this place that you did emerge, was it not? Yes, an ethereal stream bore us back to the surface, that much I had surmised. Are you suggesting that we can use it to return underground? And even if that were possible, would it not simply bear us back to those great places which we have already explored? It need not, my lady. Pray allow me to explain. Upon the evidence of your experience, it seemeth plain that two internment hulks may share the selfsame ethereal egress. From this we did infer that others may be connected in likewise. Thus did we labor long to verify the existence of further tributaries to the selfsame stream, in which task we were at length successful. 'Twas then but a matter of arriving at a solution to the problem of traveling to an unattuned destination. That one might reach what we may call the headwater, we propose to employ a modified aetherite which serveth to amplify such ripples as do originate from said source. By focusing one's essence upon these ripples, it should be possible to make the journey. Yet be fairly warned, my lady. As with all untried methods of ethereal travel, this method entaileth considerable danger. Merely to attempt the voyage could cost you your life. That is a risk I am willing to take. You are brilliant, Urianger. But I am curious. Did you have assistance in forming this plan? I could not help noticing your repeated use of the word we, unless you have taken to using the majestic plural in our absence. Nay, my lady. As you have correctly surmised, I was not alone in this endeavor. Meaning there are others who are aware of our mission. Well, it cannot be helped now. Preventing Bahamut's return is what matters. If some secrecy must be sacrificed to achieve our goal, then so be it. So that must be the modified aetherite. But what are the immortal flames doing here? Those men may be sworn flames of Ul'dah, but they are first and foremost faithful retainers of House Leveilleur. Alphino! So it was you who was helping Urianger? Who else could it have been, dear sister? Lest you worry, I have no intention of making the details of your venture public. Like you, I would prefer to avoid causing a panic. But given that which is at stake, namely the survival of the realm, one must be willing to accept help when it is offered. Would you not agree? At the very least, do not be cross with Urianger. It was at my behest that he kept silent. We will speak later. Pray forgive me, my lady, but knowing full well your intent, I judged it meet that Master Alphino be informed. Though your grandsire hath become Bahamut's thrall, his noble blood courseth yet through both your veins, and if he must needs be struck down... Do you hear that, Alphino? I mean to strike down grandfather, and when I have done so, I shall banish Bahamut to the ether. Nothing you say will sway me from my course. I will protect Eorzea, and I will uphold grandfather's legacy. Grandfather's legacy? So you still do not know what you yourself desire. Your actions are still driven by borrowed resolve. Borrowed resolve? What does that have to do with anything? Protecting Eorzea was grandfather's goal, and we made it ours, both of us. That is why we came here, unless you have forgotten. Gods forbid I should ever forget, Alice, but you misunderstand. I do not question your resolve, only whence it came. If it were your own, you would be able to tell me precisely why you desire so fervently to protect Eorzea. Yet you cannot, for it is not your resolve, but grandfather's. You may struggle to see the difference, but borrowed resolve shall never be as strong as that which springs from within. But let us speak of this another time. For now, preventing Bahamut's return is all that matters. To be plain, I have no objection to striking down whatever is left of Grandfather. Know, however, that I will be accompanying you this time. As a son of House Leveilleur, I would be present for his final moments. Very well. You may join us on one condition. I make the decisions. If it please, milady, the name's Erkenrad. Our preparations are just about complete. When you're ready to embark on your mission, just give me the word. I'll be waiting for you at the cerulean processing plant. Pay no heed to my brother. You can rely on me. We have come far together, you and I, and together we shall see our journey to its end. Alrighty. Time for the final coil. I've been waiting for you, Mistress Gelato. I am pleased to say that the Aetheryte's primed and ready. As you know, the remaining internment hulks are connected to the fragments in Eastern Thanalan and Mordona. It's to the former that we'll be sending you first. Now, you'll be starting inside the hulk, meaning you won't have to cover so much ground. The drawback being that you'll be fighting for your life from the moment you get there. Best be prepared for anything, for Milady's sake if not your own. And that's about all I can tell you. When your preparations are in order, just give me the word and I'll send you on your way. I may even throw in a prayer for your speedy return, just to be on the safe side. Final coil time. Central decks, 4560 yalms. So this is how it looks on the inside. This internment hulk still functions. The teleportation was a success. We are come to the right place. There is no telling how much further Bahamut has regenerated since we last beheld him. Let us make haste to the main bridge and deactivate the coil. There were receptacles similar to these in the previous hulk. Those hold chimerical beasts, but only the Allegans know what other abominations may be sleeping within. They may well be part of Dalamud's internal defenses. We must stay on our guard at all times. Ad starting in about a minute, chat. magnetic Rika. Hello, creature? Oh, it's a big old kitty cat. Sort of. How's it going with Final Fantasy? It is going very well. Welcome, Bonehead Scully. Thank you for stopping by. We are in the final coil now. We're just kind of running them unsynced for New Game Plus. I did unfortunately learn that, like, most of the post-duty cutscenes in these have been... they're not really accessible in New Game Plus mode, which is kind of disappointing, because that's like, oh, wait, never mind, they're here. I guess I changed that for the final coil. Never mind. By the 12 dragons, and so many. We were aware that the Alligans possessed the means to control the creatures, but to imprison them thus is barbaric. I would not wish such a fate upon my worst enemy. Back got slapped with a silly little ad. Yeah, it was about that time. 'Tis plain that no love was lost between the Alligans and the dragons, but was it truly necessary to keep so great a number here? Bahamut did not want for defenses. This we have experienced firsthand. Such guardians as the Alligans created, both living and unliving, were surely no less capable of repelling intruders than these poor creatures. You're good though, just making your friend some modded clothes at the moment? Oh, nice! Tell me something, Alize. Have you not managed to determine by whose will Bahamut exists? No, I have not. At first I assumed that Bahamut had no people of his own, that the Alligans had perhaps discovered a way to simulate prayer itself. However, Nail's words gave me cause to reconsider, specifically the Shade's mention of Bahamut's beloved children. From that I inferred that the Primal is given form by the will of worshippers whom we have yet to... Oh. God, strike me down for a blind fool. Ah yes, red nuisance and blue nuisance. They get less nuisancey once we're out of Realm Reborn. Bahamut's beloved children right there before my very eyes. How could I be so stupid? Who else but the dragons of Eld would summon Bahamut? Who else but they could sustain him? And to think I wondered why the Alligans kept them imprisoned here. Even should the flame of Bahamut's life go out, his faithful children would summon him back. For this reason, the Alligan Empire kept an army of dragons here in a perpetual state of duress, that they might sustain the Primal's existence. Oh good, we found the Alligan Torment Nexus! Truly, the Alligan's ingenuity knew no bounds, and neither did their cruelty. Small wonder that Bahamut was so enraged. Let no one deny that it was man who sowed the seeds of the calamity. Will you now turn your hatred towards our own kind, dear sister? Do not patronize me, Alfino. I merely acknowledge our guilt. Lest you be in any doubt, I have no intention of allowing Bahamut to lay the world to waste, regardless of the atrocities the Alligans committed against his kind. We have no choice but to eliminate all who worship him, be they his children or his thralls. It seems reasonable to assume that the system responsible for the primal's regeneration is also responsible for sustaining the captive dragons. If we disable it, all should perish. Let us press on. Alrighty, 3 wings left. I hope that it still plays the modified cutscene for Phoenix. I guess we'll see. Regeneration grid. 6835 yalms. I hate this wing because when we're soloing it, we have to die. Or like warp back to the entrance, but usually dying is faster. Alrighty, 1 field deactivated. It's fine, we'll get better. Now we can actually go fight the boss. See if I can actually burn it down in time. Hello, weird Hydra. by me. Just goofed a little bit. It's okay. Just have to wait out the ad phase and rage. To be entirely honest, don't know how the ad phase mechanics work right now, so I'm fully just hoping that they will stop at some point. Surely they have to, right? What if I hit you? There we go. No more barrier. Hey, we did it. Kind of. Win's a win. And the good news is the next two wings don't have bullshit like that, so. Why, this looks like a model of Dalamud, yes. For millennia, Bahamut must have gazed at this unchanging view. Trapped inside a prison that was scarcely large enough to contain him, unable to move, denied the release of death. How his hatred for man must have burned. And that hatred found an ideal vessel in Nail Van Darnus. In many ways, Bahamut is to be pitied, not loathed. But knowing the true extent of his fury, I am more convinced than ever of the necessity of our endeavor. Besides, his is not the only soul that cries out for vengeance. Damn, Alize. Alrighty, turn 3.
Gods, he is almost whole.
Did not mean to skip that. Main bridge, 8872 Yalms.
His size is staggering. I can scarce imagine how Grandfather stood against such a monstrosity.
This cannot be allowed to proceed any further. Let us disable the coil and move on.
Hi, Louis Waugh.
No, that man is dead. I will not dishonor my beloved grandsire's memory by calling you such. You are but his twisted shape, the thrall of a mad primal.
You were foolish to disregard my warning, child. Are you so convinced of your own righteousness?
'Tis the rightness of our path that led us to return. Eorzea will never be safe whilst Bahamut remains to threaten all we hold dear. What of the hero who gave his life in defense of the realm? Do you truly dispute the justice of our cause?
I really hope we get the Flames of Rebirth cutscene.
My poor, ignorant grandchildren. Your world is shaped by naught but recent conflict. Listen, and I will speak to you of justice. 'Twas in the twilight of the Third Astral Era. The southern land of Mericidia suffered invasion at the hands of the Alagon Empire. With no atrocity too depraved for their purpose, the forces of Alec were unstoppable in their advance. Desperate for salvation, the dragons prayed to one of their first brood, to their ancestor Bahamut. Infused by the power of their fervent supplications, Bahamut arose from the abyss of death and took wing as the Mericidians' newborn god. Yet this great miracle would only serve to further the maniacal designs of the dragon's imperial conquerors. The cruel fetters which bind my lord stand testament to the Alagon's boundless greed and hubris. I once summoned the 12 in an attempt to forestall the advent of the 7th Umbral Era. What then did the dragons of Mericidia do that I did not? Wherefore are they accursed and I exalted? 'Tis man's overweening belief in his own primacy that blinds him to the commonness of his condition and the truth of his own tyranny. As long as man is suffered to remain, the dragons shall never be at peace. Only when the plague of people has been expunged shall the children of Lord Bahamut be free. Then shall the world know true justice.
This is very interesting in the context of it kind of coming parallel to the start of Heaven's Ward.
His belief that people were worth saving never faltered. He had faith in their strength, that they could stand together and push back against the darkness seeking to shape them.
A false hope. 'Tis folly to place one's faith in so flawed a race. Stand together? Huh. They would first need to agree on which direction to face. If history teaches us anything, it is that man cannot find common ground between his own 2 feet. Even you, twins, whose veins run with the same blood, struggle to fathom each other's reasoning. You hide your differing agendas behind the convenient banner of Eorzea's salvation. Given your obvious self-interest, can you truly claim no kinship with the Alagon? And though I hope they might bring you closer, 'twould seem that the twin grimoires I bestowed upon you were a wasted gesture.
Don't worry about it too much, Louis Waugh. They're both gonna change jobs in like 3 expansions.
There may well be truth in your judgment of Alize and me, but Such a one-sided tirade, bemoaning the evils of man, rings false, coming from the lips of Archon Louisoix. Tell me, do you champion the cause of dragons because Bahamut compels you as his thrall? Or is it because you yourself have transcended the limits of man's existence?
Ah, so the possibility did not escape your notice. What I prayed for, and what I have become. These are the keys that unlock the truth behind Eorzea's rebirth.
Let's go.
If you would have them, then you must needs take them by force.
It's Phoenix time.
Come, rend this divine form asunder and claim your answers.
Maybe we get the cutscene after the wing?
But I thought... He has become a primal?
It is difficult, I know, but you must accept it. That entity is no phantom or imposter. It is our beloved grandsire.
I do like this rendition of answers. It's very good.
For his sake and for ours, you must defeat our grandfather.
Hi, Phoenix. I already learned how to summon you at like level 80. No. No rebirth. None of that, actually. Alfino, Alize, I'm very sorry, but we had to explode people. Ah, damn, I guess it doesn't give us that cutscene here. At least not on New Game Plus. Frustrating. Oh well. Time for the final wing. The Burning Heart. Oh? Hold up.
'Twas a long and arduous road, but at last we reach its end. Farewell, Bahamut. I banish you back to the ether. He is not yet whole. I did not think him capable.
Y'all might want to deactivate him. The console's right there, just hit the buttons.
Alize! Alize!
I had thought it finally over. Will not survive another blast. No. Is this how I honor my promise to Grandfather?
You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm. Your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
I will, Grandfather. In fact, I believe I already have. That reason has been with me all along, guiding me. Eorzea's blade of light, shearing through endless shrouds of darkness. I have been shown the miraculous feats of which we are all capable, of which I am capable. Bahamut, you have wreaked enough havoc.
Get his ass,
I will
Alize.
not let your wrathful fires consume all that we know and love.
How long I have waited to hear you say that. You have found your resolve at last. Let me join my strength to yours. In this place, in this moment, our purpose has become one.
You did it, kids. Good job. Now I can go kill the dragon. It's fine.
For the future of Eorzea!
Oh shit, I didn't realize we got a Maker's
This
Ruin
last
moment
task
here.
is yours,
Hell
warrior
yeah.
knight. You must destroy Bahamut's crystal core.
Ad starting in about a minute, chat. There he is. Let's go. Someday the rest of the ads will spawn. There we go. Oh, no thank you. No dive bombs. Is it Terra Flare time? Almost. Not quite.
Shining is the land's light of justice. Ever flows the land's well of purpose. Walk free, walk free, walk free. The lamb's alive, so believe. To all of my children, to whom life
Oh.
flows abundant.
None of that.
All of my children.
It's time. Let's go. Seconds to Terra Flare. Let's go. Oh, it's beautiful. And with that, Bahamut Prime is downed. We did it. We saved the realm. Again. The final coil of Bahamut complete.
You did it! But one task remains.
Just gotta hit the power button. That's all you gotta do, Alize.
With this last coil disabled, there shall be naught left to bind Bahamut to this world. His beloved children will finally know peace.
there he goes. Well, that is very pretty.
"'Tis done. He is truly gone." You knew, didn't you? You knew what Grandfather had become.
I was not certain, but from all I had gleaned, it seemed a distinct possibility. The scene people describe of the Battle of Cartano was one of unimaginable devastation, and 'tis through the combined prayers of the desperate and an abundant source of ether that primals are born.
Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate reading, Lilith.
And you consider that
Much
a
appreciated.
sufficient
And also
explanation?
welcome.
Well, however you stumbled across your theory, 'twas this revelation that made you wary of my attachment to Grandfather.
Hope you're having a good one
You
so far.
felt that in my obsession, I would fall under his primal sway. Is that why you decided to join us? To pull me back should I show signs of wavering?
Pray forgive me, sister. I wished only to protect you. Yet I see now that I needn't have doubted the strength of your conviction. May I ask you a question? What do you now intend to do with the truth you have uncovered?
Which particular truth was that, brother? The fact that desperate prayer gave rise to the primal phoenix? That this new god was responsible for setting Eorzea on the path to rebirth? Should such a tale become common knowledge, people would soon offer up their prayers in earnest. They would beseech Phoenix to complete the healing that was begun.
Yet as you and I know all too well, the very act of calling forth this savior would do more harm to the land than good. We cannot encourage such worship for this very reason. Were Grandfather forced to return as an ether-draining primal, it would undo all that he had worked to protect. Your abiding love for him was the key that unlocked the truth of the calamity. But keys may also serve to seal doors that were best left unopened. Let your love now guide your actions, and lock away deep inside the fate of both Grandfather and Bahamut.
You're on your phone because you don't have either a headset or fresh speakers for your computer? Oh no. Well, I appreciate you watching.
Fear not, Alfino. I understand what must be done. The realm need not know the truth for it to be saved.
Damn straight,
That the
Alice.
Elder Primal is banished, to return no more. That is enough. Let us make our way back to the surface. Poor Oriange must be beside himself with worry.
Yes, please. Let's get out of here. Alrighty, I think it's just one or two more quests, and then we are done with the Coils. Alizé's path. And here we are again. After that descent into darkness, the desolation of northern Thanalan seems paradisal. As promised, I shan't reveal the truth of the calamity to a single soul. However, the nations of Eorzea will require certain assurances that the threat of a new primal is gone. Kept in the dark overlong, 'tis only a matter of time before they seek answers of their own accord. Let us recommend that the fragments of Bahamut are sealed off, that the truth may rest undisturbed. But first, we must go and report to Urianger. It would not do to keep him in suspense. I dare say we shall find him pacing up and down at the cerulean processing plant. Hey buddy, you don't gotta worry. We're all safe. Ah, the warrior of light returneth undimmed from the depths of darkness. By thy triumphant bearing, I take it thou hast succeeded in thy mission. And yet thou art alone. Mistake me not, dear friend, full glad am I of thy safe return. But where, pray, are Master Alphino and Mistress Alizé? Here, my friend. Forgive us our lateness. We took the scenic route. Bahamut is no more. The realm is safe. By the heavens, look at you! What horrors your young eyes must have seen. What suffering your young bodies must have borne. Pray tell me at once, where are you hurt? Your wounds must needs be cleansed and dressed at once. I shall make for you a poultice which draweth out... Be at ease, my friend. We are hale and whole, I assure you. We took a few tumbles, but the worst of our hurts are healed. I believe we have grandfather to thank for that. Master Louisoix. Then you met with him once more. But wherefore should Bahamut's thralls seek to ease your suffering? I promise to reveal all to you in due course, dear friend. But first, there is a matter which requires our immediate attention. Now that Bahamut is defeated, we deem it best to bar entry to all of the fragments of Bahamut. To this end, we will convince the nation's leaders that the danger is past, and invite their cooperation in ensuring that the fragments are never again disturbed. Come, let us depart and seek an audience with them forthwith. A moment, sister. You need not burden yourself with this task. Urianger and I will more than suffice. Might you not take this opportunity to rest? The gods know you have earned it. But I am fine, brother. Besides, you have been through as much as I have. Oh, I see now. You would play your game of diplomacy and wish me out of the way. No, Naught could be further from the truth, Alizé. My lady, 'tis mine earnest belief that your brother hath your best interests at heart. You have more than done your part, and he desireth but to relieve you of a burden he might easily bear alone. I have some experience treating with dignitaries, you must allow, and as you never fail to remind me of my fondness for diplomacy, I feel it only right that I remind you of your aversion to it. Then it is settled. Urianger, pray make arrangements for a chocobo carriage. The ride should give us ample time to prepare our story. Alphino. Though our paths are different, we share the same goal, do we not? But of course, dear sister. That which we have just achieved together stands as testament to that fact. Whatever path we choose to take, our hearts shall ever lead us to the same end. Of that I am certain. Oh, thank you for the head pats routine. Been playing Final Fantasy V Advance, shifting almost your entire team's jobs during different parts of the game. Nice, nice. 5 is fantastic. I'm a big fan of 5. Thank you. There is a place that I would visit. Might I ask you to accompany me? But first, I do believe a change of garments is in order. It won't take a moment. The landscape is the same. Of course, there is no reason that it would be otherwise. Though it would be poetic for the fragments to magically disappear, I am well aware that they shall remain long after you and I are gone. The world may change irrevocably, but life shall ever go on. Let us take a closer look, shall we? I have no doubt that Alfino would do an admirable job concealing the truth of the calamity. And such truths as were revealed in those dark depths will never see the light of day. I myself agreed that it must be so. But the thought that the people of Eorzea shall forever remain ignorant of their savior, of your deeds, the injustice of it is almost too much for me to bear. Girlie, it's fine. They don't know the half of the shit that I've done. How typical of you, Dragonfruit. Ever the heroine. Even so, I cannot deny that I feel better for your reassurance. But I want you to know that I will never forget. You are the one who freed Grandfather's soul and saved Eorzea from Bahamut's wrath. And though these great deeds will never be remembered in song, their consequences will be felt forevermore by every soul who calls this realm home. Yes, this spot will do. For Grandfather, Nail, and the dragons of Mericidia, for all those who were taken by the calamity. At long last, our struggle with Bahamut is over. The realm, given new life through the prayers and sacrifices of countless souls, may look to a brighter tomorrow. When the dust of our adventure has settled, I shall embark on a journey. I mean to find my own reason to fight for Eorzea. And when I do, I will fight with all my being. You have done so much for me, Dragonfruit. One day I hope to be able to repay you in kind. I have no doubt but that you will continue to help those in need, and grow ever stronger in so doing. I shall endeavor to do the same, and if the 12 are kind, I hope one day to become Eorzea's sword in the darkness, as you are. Come what may, you may rest assured that I will not be outdone by Alfino. When next we meet, I promise that I will not disappoint you. Till that day, fare you well, my friend, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. And that's the end of the Coils of Bahamut quest chain. I'm very glad that I was able to get through those, because I was hoping that I would be able to do that at some point before my work week, so... Alrighty. Well, with Coils and Crystal Tower done, that's all the side content for Realm Reborn that I was planning on doing out of the way, so... The next New Game Plus stream is just going to be more of the patch content as we make our way to Heavensward. I am going to kick us over to the chat screen real quick. Thank you everyone who stopped by. Much appreciated. We will have the results of the tea poll shortly, and then we'll have some Harvestella later on, later this morning. So let me see who is live right now that we can toss some people over to. Oh, looks like Cat's live. We're gonna go say hello to them, because they're great. Let me just build the raid real quick. Let me grab my raid message first, because that's an important thing to have. If I can copy paste things properly. There we go. Okay. Gonna build the raid over to Cat. I will see some of you for Harvestella later, and then my train of thought was somewhere. It's gone now. Anyway, Cat's playing Stardew. We'll go see Cat. They're great. We will play Harvestella later this morning. I hope that you all have a wonderful and relaxing rest of your night, and until I see you all again, take care.